Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 23 allies. We're going up against 61 enemies. Genimon is in the lead. Jam Jam takes that over. Genimon is in. Oh, Becca takes over first. Jam Jam is in second. Genimon is in second. Jam Jam is now in third. Give me one more assist, please. One more is all I want. I need 6. A victory will also be nice, but I need 6 assists. Looks like we've got the victory. Can I get my 6th assist, please? Wait, I just healed the beeping thing. Alright, I got my 6th. Finally. And we've won. Becca Stinks is in first place, 22 kill, 2 assist. Jam Jam is in second place with 14 kill, and Bluer Schweed, hey, welcome back, is in third, 9 kills. We have gold. Well, imagine that. Would we have a Bluer Schweed in the battle by any chance? We do. So Bluer gets the gold. And then we have a Musketeer, which Bluer cannot get because it is their backup. They've got the gold. Vicious Bean gets the Musketeers. And we move on to a skin chest. I guess Bluer will be leaving will be sitting this battle out before the super boss. And gotta clear quests. Purchase scrolls. Well, I'm not going to do my full thing, but let's take a look here. Well, there's that. And I guess we'll go for... This is cheap, so let's go for that. Then I need snowflakes, which I think I'm gonna get through this. Because, so I want to put archers down. All right, let me go look at the. Let me go look at this in such a way that I can see what's there instead of filter. So nothing, anything. Okay, well, I bought the only thing that was not level 30. So this is. We're going to see what takes place in half an hour. And now to check in on the viewer side, where anything not level 1 is getting purchased. And I get 3 refresh there. All right. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I have seen you in the chat, Bluer Schweed, so your clock has been updated. I hope the week has been going well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. My week has been mostly going well. I had a surprise expense, which I should not have been surprised by. I ordered a new keyboard setup, and it's coming from overseas, and I got charged import duties on it, which Having been a truck driver, I should not have been surprised by that, but I didn't think about it. So a bit of an extra expense that, you know, needs to be budgeted for. So yeah, that should arrive hopefully by the end of the week. And after that, it's gonna be a question of getting uh, the components that don't come with it, because as a way of keeping the price lower and giving us um, options, they do not include the cable, they do not include the keycaps. So, I'm going to have to go get that before I can make use of them, or find out if I can repurpose keycaps from one of my other keyboards. But today is Tuesday. Today is Read and Correct Day. For those who are not aware of how this goes, I read a chapter from one of my stories, and while I read, I record it. I also correct it as I go, but I record it. That's the important part, which means that while I'm doing that, I am ignoring the chat. Anything said there will be answered, looked on, and addressed once I'm done with the reading. If the recording goes long, the Stream Reader battle will be delayed after that. To avoid any delay, I'm going to start now by checking that the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm that I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 63 of Breaking Step. Tibbs, Dawn said, 3 square diagonally on your right. I think he's got you, Still said. Tibbs looked at everyone's position, but he didn't see how it was. He certainly didn't have a line on the Lord. Genny's sorcerer moved, ending before the Lord, only there was no one on that line either. Kamdar, forward by 2. Feel free to blast the sorcerer out of the way so you can threaten the dungeon's lord. The cleric spun his staff as he moved. Darkness trailing the tips as the sorcerer etched a crystal barrier between them. Go ahead, cleric, Genny taunted. See what I've learned of what you're capable. Kamdar turned, letting the staff slip until he held it at the 3/4 point instead of the center. And as the tip of the long side scraped. Is there supposed to be 2 or 1? You are not going to. Scraped over the floor, something happened that had Tibbs staring. Which each spin and scraping, the burst of darkness that flew at the sorcerer contained clumps of earth essence. The crystal sheet deflected the darkness, but the earth stuck within the etching, deforming it, pulling it down until it shattered in a series of bursts tore the sorcerer apart. You are now in danger of losing your lord, Dawn announced. How did he get earth mixed in? Genny demanded. Even the sorcerers can't do stuff like that yet. That's new, Jekyll stated, while Tibbs tried to figure out what had happened. He'd been so surprised he hadn't thought to sense details, but he was confident that if there had been an etching or filigree, he'd have sensed them. How can you do that? He finally asked. I'm with Genny. I thought only sorcerers could pull essence out of stuff. And they can't do that yet, she repeated. Don had the smile of when he knew something no one else did. I shall start by establishing that it is the guild who claims only sorcerer can do so, the cleric said. In their defense, Don interrupted, I've yet to come across a book contradicting them, and the mindset requires, then, Kamdar continued, sounding slightly annoyed, I shall continue by pointing out I am a cleric of darkness. As such, I have access to a wealth of secrets that even the guild wish it knew. And I shall end with, you are so full of it, Jekyll said, grinning. Do you think I haven't noticed you hanging around the fighters field or speaking with some of us there? He looked at Don. How did you know he'd pull that off? I fail to understand your surprise, the cleric said, smiling back. I was, after all, simply following your example. Tibbs stared at the fighter. You've been asking questions? What can I say, Tibbs? Jekyll replied. You're a bad influence on me. Wait, so that's where you keep wait, so that's where you keep vanishing to? Mez asked, going around prying secrets out of other runners? The cleric smirked. I am not required to answer you. Does that mean anyone can use essence from more than one element? Too many people are speaking. The archer asked. No, Don said. As I was going to say, the mindset to allow that is difficult to reach even for us, and we start with a more open way of thinking about the world than anyone else. But we need to take that up later, since I'd like to know if the dungeon has a way out of my trap or it wants to abdicate. Tibbs looked at Ganny as a lord. It hadn't moved, neither had her remaining archer and infantry. Tibbs didn't understand the problem until he looked beyond her pieces and where Don had positioned his team. If the infantry moved to position itself between the Lord and Kamdar, it opened the Lord to Jackal, who, for this game, was the lady. If the archer moved in any way, Tibbs would be able to take on the Lord, since he was a sorcerer this time. He didn't know enough to claim there was nothing Kenny could do to change the situation, but it didn't look good for her. The huff she let out agreed with him. Then the Lord crumbled. I so hate you right now. And that's another win for us, Don stated, a broad smile on his face. You always say you like a good challenge, Stowe said. He's not a challenge, she replied. He and Quigley keep defeating me. They aren't any fun. Quigley's good at this? Tibbs asked, heading to the chest. He'd expected the warrior to let his sorcerer make the decisions in this room. He did go to war with a king, Jekyll replied, while Ganny grumbled something incomprehensible, but that hadn't sounded like a compliment. You know what? That hadn't sounded like a compliment. Which he lost, Don said. Yeah, but you don't piss off one of them to the point they'll throw you in a catacomb instead of executing you for everyone to see just by losing. Oh, wait a minute. You don't piss off one of them to the point they'll throw you into in a catacomb instead of executing you for everyone to see just by losing. You had to make that king fight for it hard, and that takes a lot of strategy. You and him should have a game, Miz suggested to Don, while Tibbs inspected the chest for triggers. I don't think it's a good idea, the sorcerer replied. I didn't make the best of impression on him. Like that matters, Jekyll said dismissively. You made the worst impression on us, and look where you are. I'm sure that beating you will make him feel better. Don snorted. Like that's ever gonna happen? He paused. You aren't suggesting I let him win, are you? I'm not suggesting anything, Jekyll said with a chuckle, stepping next to Tib as he opened the chest. Are we going down another one of Don's memory here too? I'm hoping for something better than that, he trailed off. Tibbs pulled the sword out. Maybe, considering how many people have wanted to plant one of these in him, maybe we are. Yeah. Okay, maybe we are. considering how many people have wanted to plant one of these into him. Jekyll leaned over Tibbs and looked in. I doubt that would come with armor, if that was the case. No one's owned not at home something that good until recently. Oh, unless the dungeon thinks Don needs protection in case we're going to use the sword on to stab him. Like you'd wait for me to give you the tools if you felt like stabbing him, Stowe commented. Tibbs took the metal chest plate out. He needs something, otherwise he's punching, not stabbing Don. Before the conversation progressed any further, Don said, "Can you confirm this is theoretical? I thought a training was giving you enough of an outlet for causing me pain." Tibbs grinned. Jekyll can turn any time into a training session. I want you to channel a lightning, Don instructed. Tibbs froze. What? He looked back. He looked back where they'd come from in case they'd miss one of the creatures, but there was no trace of the fight against the gnoll and people golem there. You heard me. Don, there's nowhere for you to hide. Lightning travels far. This isn't the right place. The sorcerer smiled. It is the perfect place. You can't destroy anything. You didn't tell him what you did to the rattling camp, did you? Stowe asked. Or when Jekyll pushed you to the point where you melted your ice? You know what I did before, Tibbs said, swallowing the pain of nearly killing Jekyll. But the dungeon can remake everything here, unlike, say, a warehouse. That takes a lot more work. Like, you have any idea how much work it takes me to fix the damage? Stowe grumbled, and it hurts. It hurts, Stowe, Tibbs stated. Then don't hurt him. Also, don't hurt us. Comdar and Maz had taken a step back at Don's announcement. Jekyll hadn't moved. He hadn't even stoned up. I trust Don, the fighter said. Hey, he added at the stairs. It's not the first time I've said it. I let him order us about in the conquest room, don't I? Because he's the best chance you'll win and get the loot. Maz reply. This is about training Tibbs, and we know how that goes better than he does. Jekyll shrugged. Tibbs is not going to hurt us. Hurt you, Comdar said. We have yet to truly put to the test how much Tibbs can resist the element when it comes to our safety. That's what you can't seem to grasp, Don said. Tibbs never resisted the element. What he does is reach an understanding of what they are and that he isn't them. It's been confrontational because Tibbs didn't have a way to keep from being overwhelmed. And that oneness thing is how he's going to keep it from happening? Maz asked, dubious. Comdar, care to step in and help? Don asked. How would I? The sorcerer glared. The cleric sighed. Very well. Oneness is a way of living based around the idea that the element flow through people and that they affect their emotions. Within certain circle of the belief, they claim the element are our emotions, but that is a minority. But the elements are not our emotion. They are beings, they think, they feel, they have their own desires, and that is why I do not believe this will help Tibbs gain control. Why haven't you ever suggested we try something like that? Maz asked. Have I not just said I do not believe this will help? Also, while I am aware of the existence of the philosophy and its underpinning from discussions with believers, that does not mean I have learned how it is taught. He narrowed his eyes at Dawn, and I will ask how it is you believe I would be aware of its existence. That I know, you mean, the sorcerer replied with a smirk. You mentioned seeing the Ostratium during your travels. I have, the clerk replied cautiously, but also sounding like he didn't see how it meant anything. The Ostratium is located in Arcadian. I believe you are correct. His tone didn't lose its caution. Arcadian adopted oneness as the dominant philosophy a little over 3 centuries ago. Became rather militant about it 116 years back. 116 years back, it would be impossible for you to have traveled through that kingdom and not learn about it. I'm surprised you managed not to get dragged into being taught. If you really don't know anything about how to how to learn it. You know anything about how? Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like that. How would you know of the kingdom's belief? The cleric asked in one of the rare moments of being dumbfounded Tibbs could add witness. I read about it, Don replied. You read about it. It was from a scholar who was researching it, if it was possible to teach someone the sorcerer's way of thinking. She wasn't impressed with it, but I found more of her work when looking for how to help Tibbs. He isn't lying, Tibbs said at the questioning look Comdar gave him. There had been no light on any of the word, just Don's usual sense of superiority when he spoke of things he knew so much about. Then I would like to know why you felt the need to read about something I mentioned in passing, Comdar said, tone darkening. The sorcerer looked at him in surprise. I read that years ago. Back when I was going to be a scholar. Back then I was always in the library reading anything they'd let me take off the shelves. He sighed, when my family could afford the entry fee. Am I to believe that? How about you two talk about this later? Jekyll said, we have a run to finish, and while I'm willing to spend that precious time with Tibbs training, this discussion isn't helping that happen. Your unhappiness at Don borrowing your thing and unearthing some of your secret is for later. Don snorted. I have better thing to do with my time. Jekyll, Tibbs said, it's not safe to do that here. Like anything is, the fighter replied, but Don's right. Here is safer than anywhere in Craggle Rock. But I can hurt you, Tibbs insisted. Think of it as an incentive to be careful, then. Tibbs looked at the others. Even with the distance they'd put, he'd expected protest out of Mez at least. I'll be fine, Tibbs, Don reassured him. He doubted it, but that was his fear talking. He took a slow breath. It had some basis from his past experience. He couldn't deny that. Another one. But his fears were usually disproportionate to what ended up happening. He let go of water, and it took him many breaths to be able to channel lightning. There was so much to do. The shifting wall room, the boss room, finding how to get through it. He had to bring Marger to the town so he could kill him and have that bring the guild down around his body. All the runners needed his help so they wouldn't die the way the guild wanted them. He breathed. He breathed. He was being impatient. There was too much. There was too much to do to waste time. He couldn't stay here still. He needed to move, make it all happen. Talk to Daran, give him the promises to get the armor, the weapon, the trainer, good trainers who'd... He breathed. There was time. No, there wasn't. He was... Tibbs. He breathed. Lightning was who needed everything to happen at once. Tibbs knew things took time. He breathed. He opened his eyes. Don had been right. He was going to be so fucking unbearable about it. He had to tell him, no, keep it secret. Explode so Don would think he hadn't worked. Thank him for giving him a way to control it, to help to... He breathed. He didn't have to do any of those things right now. He breathed and felt the desire flit through him. The need to be and do. He focused on one. He wanted to find out if Clara was here. Now that the clerics were back, would she find a good team? Maybe Quigley would take her on his when he lost one of his archers. Maybe she wasn't back, still punished for helping his town against Sebastian, against her order. So we're forgoing against her orders and helping his town against Sebastian. He let the thought go. Yeah, Don was never going to let him forget this oneness thing. Oneness thing was his idea. He turned to face his friend and smiled as they had all, even Jackal, stepped back, then frowned at the spiderweb of black lines emanating from where Tibbs stood. As he watched, lightning coursed from the wall to his body. Sorry about that. He absorbed the essence. Are you okay? Jekyll asked. A bolt escaped his attention as his mind reeled with answers to the question. Was he okay? Of course he was. No, he wasn't. He still missed Mama and Karina, and he breathed. All those things were for later, when he made time for them. Now he was keeping lightning from hurting his friends, keeping his thoughts from flying all over the place and sending bolts chasing after them. This isn't as easy as you said, Don. I never, but it's easier than not understanding what's happening. Maybe it's because lightning is everything and everywhere at. No, that's not right. It isn't that. It wants to be that, and I'm doing it again, letting it carry me away, but I see it happening. When fire consumed me, I could only see him, not what I should do. Even that there was even that there was or that there was even a me in there. It's the same with learning the other elements. I want to be there and here and there over there right now. But I also know it's not me who wants that. It's lightning. It's really weird and it's distracting. I don't know how much help I'll be while channeling him. I mean, this helps, but it takes a lot of my attention on thinking, and I'm thinking about a lot of things right now. It's okay, Don said. This isn't about doing the run while channeling lightning. You can let go of it now. But this is good. I can think about so many things. I could work on all the triggers while solving the puzzle if I spent more time like this, learning to. No, I wouldn't. This is lightning, not me. But I can tell. That means it's time to let go. He did and felt like he was wrapped in water filled with gur. Everything was so slow. Was that. What was he thinking? There was so much. Why? What was he? Um. Okay. What had he been thinking? What had he been thinking? There was so much he could do if only it wasn't true. While he thought faster, it had been a jumble of them. Not one of them had turned into something he did. You were right, he told Dawn. This oneness thing is going to make it easier. I'm glad. The sorcerer's smile broadened. How about we continue to run? Tibbs narrowed his eyes. You want to brag, don't you? You have no idea how badly I want to brag, Don admitted, grinning. Why don't you? Because it wouldn't be right to brag about being right? You have met Jackal, right? Tibbs asked, the suspiciousness thick in his voice. I was right! Don burst out into the little dance. You doubted me and I was right! He's going to be so unbearable now, Jackal said. Tibbs shrugged. No more than you when you think you're right. I don't think I'm right, the fighter straightened. I know I'm right. And that concludes chapter 63 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, as well as the other two books, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me at the same time, that is on my Patreon, where we're about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. right, that is done. This is the next step. Oh, wait, this is 63. I did it out of order, really? Okay, well, that's not that big of a deal, but slightly annoying. This needs to be PDF. Please don't crash. I don't feel like restarting everything. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna... No? Okay, cool. It didn't crash. All right. So, first things first. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 20 plus generators. So let's see what that turns out like. Sigma's in first place. Dub is in second. Bex is in third. Wow, that was quickly cleared. Let's see. Oh, I killed an epic. Very cool. Sigma's still in first. Bex is in second. Vicious Bean. Hey, welcome to the battle. Sorry, welcome back. But no, you've been there before. Never mind. You're in third place. Mope takes over third. Vicious takes it back. And somebody's late on the uptake again. Wait, that's a spy, isn't it? I didn't realize spies could do damage. Interesting. Alrighty, Sigma's in first, Mope is in second, Bex is in third. We are down to the last generator, and that's done. And now the last enemy is dead, and we have won. Sigma OS is in first place, 25 kill, 10 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Mope is in second place with 17 kill, and Bex is in third, 4 kill, 8 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady rights? How about an Onati-kun, a bard with many names? A blue or Swede? Nope. All right, gold's up for grabs. That's the unmentionable. That, yeah, of course, nobody claims at this time. So, Bex, you get the gold. Navo, you get the unmentionables. And we move on to the super boss. Alrighty, so that's going to be another archer to complete that quest. Let's not go that close to them. There we go. Now I need 3 kills. Place 2 units, and we will see how this turns out. I don't expect that you are paying attention, Vicious, but I would love to know why coming in and bouncing out. It puzzles me, that's all. Alrighty, so I will start the next chapter because it's a bit on the long side by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the, correct screen. Wait, did I do all of this? Yes. That I'm on the correct screen. That's why I have my checklist. And that I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. If you want to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 61 of Breaking Step. The crowd gathered into the vacated space created by the removal of the stalls was mostly runners. This is what happens. I will start a thought and it will shift halfway through and I won't realize it. Really, you do not like that comma. The crowd gathered into the vacated space created by the removal of the stalls was mostly runners. The only ones Tibbs saw who weren't were the townsfolk who'd paused in their shopping at the further stalls and permanent shops to watch. Among the nobles who were on one side of the field, Lombardo had waved at him. You know what? Let's make this more immediate. Waved at him, tried to break away, only for Paladin to grab his arm. The exchange had been heated. If I'm going to do that, this becomes was heated, but the younger noble didn't act as cowed as Tib had seen during the run. Lamberto shrugged, gave Tibbs another wave and stayed by his siblings. The runners broke into their teams as more of them arrived until they were all there. It felt strange for there not to be the crowd of Omegas from the previous times. Was the guild really satisfied with only these few teams to do the runs now that the 4th floor could be reached? The woman who took position a few steps higher was a clerk of some sort, with water as her element. Certainly not a guard. She dressed well, and Tibbs sensed the medallion around her neck. It had the same feel as the one he'd copied from Brogan. She was one of the more important clerks. "Welcome back," she announced, smiling. "I'm glad to see we didn't lose anyone this time around." "Really?" Quigley muttered, stepping next to Tibbs and his team. "What happened?" No one knew to impress, so the higher ups figured we didn't merit more than a clerk. As you can tell, she continued cheerfully, the dungeon has reopened its door. This means the fourth floor is now accessible to anyone strong enough to clear the third. Been there, Manas. Quigley's rogue said, done that, didn't even get scars to prove it. There was pride in how the clerk stood and spoke. Whatever the runners might think of her, being the one to explain how things would proceed going forward, she felt it was something she'd earned. Now that the dungeon is Lambda, there will be changes. No, really? Dawn drawled. However, will we deal with it? The first one is that clerics will be joining any team with row or any team with okay. We'll be joining any team row or higher. Those teams will be allowed to switch out one of the two runners occupying the same role, but will not be required to do so. Do remember that the dungeon is also getting stronger and that it could stop giving healing potions as rewards at any time. A healer on your team can make all the difference, even if they won't be fighting. They shrugged at Jackal's questioning look as mutters spread among the runners. Stowe hadn't responded when he walked by the cliff the previous evening, and he wasn't commenting on the announcement, so he was busy elsewhere. The two archers on Quigley's team studied each other before looking at their team leader. No, the warrior said, I'm not saddling us with someone who can't fight. If you choose not to take one now, she said, once the muttering died down, you will have to take one when one of those two runners die. More muttering. Not if, Mez pointed out. The dungeon will be eating a lot of us on the fourth. The dungeon will be eating a lot of us on the fourth floor, Dawn replied with confidence. Makes you wonder why the guild isn't bringing anyone new, Jekyll said, looking at the sorcerer. All the cells are empty? The kings have had enough of not having anyone to release when they felt the city needed to see they were benevolent. Quigley snorted. I never read about guild procedure, Dawn replied. It wasn't something I considered I'd have to deal with before, and once I was here, I didn't want to know the details of what waited for me. The second change, she raised her voice over the still not dead muttering, is that you now have to decide which floor you will run before your name can be added to the board. You are only allowed to run that floor unless you clear it. Then you are allowed to continue on to the next one. You also can only request a floor you are able to access directly through the doorway. This time the rising conversations that forced her to pause was more questions than outrage. Is there anyone left who's Omega? Quigley asked Tibbs, who shook his head. There were 3 Upsilon teams, 7 who had enough member at Lambda they might qualify as such, but the bulk of the runners were Rho. Tibbs didn't know if the final classification would be based on the lowest floor that any team could access. If so, there were no Lambda team yet. Who's going to run the first floor then? Manas asked. It may be possible the guild counts on some of the Upsilon team to lack the confidence needed to travel the second floor. This needs to be assigned to someone. So Dawn will be the one saying it, I don't want to name anyone else on Quigley's team since they're not going to stick around. Any team that doesn't inform us of which floor they intend to run by the end of the day before the board goes up will automatically be assigned to the lowest floor they have reached. How much time each floor gets will be adjusted based on the previous runs. The protests were loud this time. If they give us less than half of the day to clear the third floor, Jekyll told Dawn, you need to have a talk with the guild leader. Why me? She likes Tibbs better. You're less likely to kick her in the shin, the fighter replied. I'm not going to kick her, Tibbs said. I need her to think I like her. That's why Dawn needs to be the one talking to her. Mez said, so she won't anger you so much you'll lose control. Now, she said once the protests were down to muttering again, I expect you're wondering why there are so few of you here for this announcement. I was wondering that before you even opened your mouth, bitch, Markel said. He was Quigley's latest sorcerer. The previous one had been kicked off the team after arguing leadership roles. Tibbs had asked the warrior how he'd managed it, since the rule was that only dead team members could be replaced, and Quigley had smiled and said that not making himself the enemy of the person who enforced the rules had been his first step. Going forward, she continued, the guild will accept anyone interested in running the dungeon. Anyone who can pay, you mean, Don muttered. At this moment, representatives are in the cities explaining the procedures for those who seek to improve themselves and their lives. A silver, not one of them, is going to talk about how easy the dungeon is going to eat anyone new to it. Quigley said. That's a sucker's bet. Jekyll replied, why do you think they kept going to the cells for runners? Now, no one in their right mind wants to run a dungeon. We expect you to be considerate of those new runners. They will be your compatriot until you reach Epsilon. You are going to be so busy helping them, Tibbs, Manas said, grinning. Then it's a good you'll be helping, he replied. These civilian runner teams will come below you in priority, she said, as Manas was quietly ribbed by his team. You can change which floor you intend to run at any time before you do your run, but that will put you at the end of the list of guild runners for that floor. Who'd want to do anything but the lowest floor they can? Jekyll asked. That's where the best loot is going to be. Actually, Don mused, depending on how the scheduling is arranged, I can think of a few times where it might be to a team's advantage to hop floors. Care to explain? Jekyll asked. Only after I see how the schedule is structured. They might have seen them coming and arranged things to keep us from doing it. Don considered something. And it might not be worthwhile until we have unlocked the 4th floor. That will be all, she announced. If you want to do a floor other than the lowest, you can. Then your lowest. See the loot. The loot collection table. The schedule will be up tomorrow. Wait, why isn't she announcing that the team of heroes is going first? Jekyll asked, disappointed. Wouldn't make a difference, Quigley said. My team's going to be the first one to set foot on the 4th floor. Not if we go in before you, Jekyll grinned. There's no way you clear the 3rd floor the first time you go back in. I have a goal that says we will. Jekyll, Tibbs warned. It's my goal, Tibbs. I can double it any way I want. I'm with Tibbs, Mez said. You should listen to your team, Jekyll, Quigley said. I'd hate to take that kind of money from you. The fighter snorted. No, you wouldn't, and don't worry about feeling bad. It's not going to happen. The warrior shrugged. All right, whoever gets to the 4th floor first gets a gold from the other team leader. I'm so glad you changed the win conditions, Jekyll said, grinning, because now there's no way I'm losing. Quigley laughed. We cleared the floor already. It's just more of the same for us. Then, may the better team win. Tibbs' name was the first for those doing the 3rd floor. You got your wish, Mez said, even if she didn't announce it to everyone yesterday. She probably wanted to avoid the nobles rebelling. Tirania told them she didn't care how they felt when that noble tried to argue they should be going in before us, Tibbs said. And that was with me agreeing with them. I don't think any of them even ever bothered after that. He faced his team. We have 3 days to train. 5 teams were going in on that day. 3 for the 2nd floor and 2 for the 3rd. No one had opted to redo the 1st. The name for the 2nd floor only went on for 4 days, those for the third, while those for the third stretched to the middle of the following week. You think our next run comes after the last team do the third run? Jekyll asked. The civilian teams will go there, Dawn replied. I think they'll put us after them if there aren't enough to complete the week. There won't be, Mez said. Anyone Upsilon or above is part of the guild. King's Knights aren't, Quigley said, joining them at the board. Achieving knighthood is arduous enough. Some have been known to unlock the potential to have an element. The guild used to try to take them from the kings, claiming ownership of anyone with an element, but they found that while officially the guild is its own kingdom, they still rely on the others to have access to what their cities need. All they did was withhold access to the places an audience could be obtained, but the kings found places the guild didn't control. The silence stretched as Tibbs and his friends and Quigley's team stared at him. What? The warrior asked with a chuckle. I was planning on dethroning a king. I did my research. Fortunately, he didn't have any knight with an element. It would have been a quick war if he had. But they still need to go through the first and second floor, Miss said. Even if they are row, she said a team can only request a floor they can reach through the doorway. Well, some will have to be Upsilon, Dawn said, since without a dungeon it's extremely difficult to grow in power. An element allows someone to have more time and makes them harder to kill. I expect that any of them who want to start on the lower floor will be provided a guide to take them there and show them how to open it themselves. That's cheating, Jekyll said. It's only cheating, Dawn replied, if it isn't the guild doing it, or they aren't being paid enough to ignore it, he added mockingly. It doesn't matter, Tibbs said. We go in first, and there's only 8 places for those knights' team. Then it's the next week and a new schedule. Craggle Rock felt like the bazaar had just set up. The booths were packed tighter around the transportation platform, and the merchants yelling over each other for the attention of anyone stepping down from it. Even Daran had set up one, somehow managing a place only a few booths away from the steps. He was already selling sword and armor to a group with thin Upsilon essence. Fire, metal, the golden color of void, and the shifting color of crystal, and the shifting color of crystal and the sparkling of lightning. A lot of groups were composed of 5 people, and most of them didn't have an element or any denser essence than the townsfolk. And few of them were dressed richly enough to have been able to afford whatever the guild asked. Or was the guild not charging as much for anyone without essence as a way to feed Stowe? What do you know about the dungeon? Tibbs asked a boy. Man, he looked to be slightly older than Jackal, but had youth in his expression, as if this was more than he had ever seen. He was dressed better than the townsfolk, a merchant's sons, maybe? It's a place to get power and riches, the boy replied with wonder, then stared at Tibbs, his eyes growing wide. You're one of them. You're a runner. Right, his eyes. People in Craggle Rock no longer noticed them, seeing as how they all knew who the runners were. You know the dungeon's dangerous, right? So? The boy said dismissively. Anything worth getting comes with a little danger. It's not a little danger. You're younger than me, and you made it. Hey, Carol, wait up. He ran off to join a group of girls and another boy his age. He tried again and received a similar reaction. As far as he could tell, they had heard about what the dungeon did, but either the stories had been told in a way to make Stowe seem less dangerous than he was, or too many heard bards sing stories of great adventures and wealth to be gotten in dungeons. Tibbs certainly had heard too many of those from the bards that visited the inn, and no heroes of their story failed. How was he going to keep them from just being eaten? Could Daran get him enough using the promises to help all of them? If you look to have equipment for the runs, were they going to rely on the crap the guild provided? Should he even try to help them survive the floor? Could he convince them they needed help? You look, Tibbs jumped and turned, about to jump off the abyss. Cross finished, raising an eyebrow. The day I can sneak up on the rogue is the day he's in trouble. She considered something. What have you done now? Nothing. And I'm offended you think I did something. You did do something. You're Tibbs Lightfingers. The bards are going to sing of how you're always up to something that baffled the guards. Or it's better never sing about me, he replied darkly. She shrugged. You never know. You might end up as some famous adventurer once you leave here. I'll be able to tell all my friends that how I knew the great Lightfingers when he was just a little boy, no taller than this, no more than this tall. She placed a hand on his head. He batted it away. I'm always going to be this tall. The denser our essence is, the less we grow. And with how dense his essence was, Tibbs figured that if the guild assigned a rank by that, he'd already be in the wilds with them forcing him to fight one thing or another. What's got you contemplating finding out how long it takes to reach the bottom of the abyss? Tibbs motioned around them. They're all going to die, and I can't do anything about it. Not all of them. He glared at her. And that's supposed to make it better? Some will live to be powerful and used by the guild. The rest, a lot more of them, are going to be food for the dungeon. They attracted stares, but no one acted like he just said they were going to die. Tibbs put her fingers to her mouth and let out a shrill whistle. I need a team who's here for the dungeon to talk with. There were a lot of confused expression, but a group of 5 tentatively approached. 3 girls and 2 guys, Jekyll's age or slightly younger. The girl in the lead said something Tibbs didn't understand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rala. I'm wondering why you are here. Rala replied, losing the hesitation as she spoke, growing enthusiastic. Here and there, words had light on them, but nothing so bright Tibbs felt they were outright lies. Tibbs nodded. And did they tell you about the danger? The reply had a clear, dismissive tone. And you don't think that maybe they made it sound easier than it's going to be? The reply was sharp this time, offended. The girl pointed at Tibbs, added something in the tone that carried insult. She turned and walked off, her team glaring at Cross before joining her. There you go, Cross said. I didn't understand what they said. Cross started to protest, but closed her mouth. Right, we both have the language enchantment. She heard about the dungeon being open to everyone and formed a team and convinced the people who recruited them that they were right to be runners. She was warned of the danger, but she doesn't care. Too many stories of how easy it is to beat the dungeon, Tibbs grumbled. No, too much need to escape what her situation was, I expect. She's going to die. They all are. Fine, not all of them. But why are so many coming here? This can't be the best there is for them. She studied him. Tibbs, just how many do you think these people represent of those who tried to come? I don't know, a lot. Look around. She shook her head. Tibbs, I can make out 6 different languages from here. These people, these would-be runners, they're from all over the world, from a lot of different from from a lot of different kingdoms. This might look like a lot of people to you, but it's only a fraction of those who wanted to come, of those who didn't care about any of this. I doubt the cities, plural, the cities they came from will even notice they are gone. She paused. You know what fractions are, right? I do accounts, he replied sharply and left it at that, trying to understand how many places could have so many people. Them leaving wouldn't be noticed. None of the cities he traveled to had felt that way. Yes, some part of them had more people, but they couldn't all have been so packed. Jekyll spoke of the people working for his father leaving and not being noticed, but it was also clear Sebastian hadn't been a man who noticed people unless they mattered to him. You need to understand what that desperation doesn't look the same for everyone, Tibbs, Cross said. For some, and it screams and clawing at everything until they get what they need. Others dressed and act like everything is good while the world crumbles inside them. I'm not saying everyone who came here is desperate. I expect most just believed Bard's song or whatever the recruiters told them. But for some, this, no matter how dangerous it is better than what they had before. I think you'd know that. I wasn't given a choice, Cross. If you were, if you'd been told there was a chance things could be better than what was on your street, would you have done? What would you have done? Tip swallowed. He wanted to deny he'd ever considered this to escape his street, but he didn't need light to know it was a lie. How do I tell those who are here chasing riches and power and those for whom this is better than where they came from? If he could only help... This is French slipping through. If he could only help a few of them, he would make the help count for something. Her laugh was bitter. Magic? I don't know, Tibbs. Some, you'll see it on their face. Others won't admit to it even with a knife cutting their throat. People are strange that way. They'll claim one thing and act in a different one. Her hand moved to her stomach with a suddenness that made her Tibbs think she hadn't meant to put it there. Anyway, I have to go back to making sure no one tries anything. She stepped away and looked over her shoulder. That means you too, Tibbs. I better not catch you trying anything. Don't worry, he replied. You won't catch me. A glass high, someone called, and Tibbs glanced in the direction of the standing man, in time for them to burst out laughing, looking at the tankard in their hand. Tibbs' first thought was that he and the four others dressed similarly at the table were nobles. The clothing certainly was fine enough to mark them as minor ones, but there was a casualness about them sitting there in the inn, surrounded by common folks nobles never adopted. Even the nice one, like Emilia, had an air of superiority about her, and one of the women at the table whispered something to the server, placing plates that had him blushing but smiling. The five of them had metal as their elements. By the concentration, they were at the edge of a row, but on which side, Tibbs wasn't sure. The standing man turned towards Tibbs' table. A tankard high for the hero of Craggle Rock. You know what? Tibbs looked for Dawn, only to realize he'd left during the distraction. Everyone in the inn was looking at Tibbs. Age matters not to those of strong heart. Size means nothing to those of determination. A knight is in the doing and not the claiming. He downed his tankard and let out a satisfied sigh. May the light fingers keep his city safe until the abyss claims the land. Tankards and cheese went up, while Tibbs tried to shrink in his seat until he disappeared. The rest of his teammates joining in with the knights did not help. Well, that's a load of crap, Quigley said, dropping into Dawn's chair as the cheers quieted. You don't think he means the compliment for Tibbs? Jekyll asked, motioning to Khrushchev for a refill. The warrior snorted. Do you know where knights come from? The army, I'm guessing, Jekyll said. Another snort. They come from nobles' asses. And trust me, being put through the trials to get an element doesn't improve their attitude about being so much better than everyone else. I thought you hadn't met any, Mez said. Oh, I met plenty of knights on the battlefield. I had to cut down most of their men so I could go and teach them a lesson about leading from the rear. Mez looked at the five at the table. Tibbs stifled a chuckle at this as the server was now on the woman's lap and she fed him grapes. They don't seem to be like that, the archer said. They're just putting on air, so no. Mez's tone had finality to it that made Quigley raise an eyebrow. I won't dispute that you met a horrible example of what a knight should be, just like we've all met horrible nobles, but I won't accept that those represent all of them. There are those for whom being a noble means accomplishing good things, helping and protecting, not lording. It has to be the same for knights. The warrior shook his head. That's because you never let it rest, Khrushchev said, putting a tankard before his man. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I've been around enough people to start by getting to know them before judging them. Not that you don't fall victim to judgmentality, Jekyll said with a smirk. You deserved it, the server replied. I'm telling you, Quigley said, most of them are going to be no better than nobles. Most, Mez said, standing, but not all. He headed for the knight's stable. Some nobles are nice, Tibbs said, ignoring the stare from Jekyll and focusing on his breathing. It didn't feel good saying it, but it was the truth. Some nobles weren't as bad as the others, and some of them were actually nice. There was one thing talking with Don had showed Tibbs was that he needed to stop assuming everyone in a group was the same. And that concludes Chapter 61 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story and the other books in that series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me at the same time, that is on my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Really? I forgot to turn off the desktop audio? Well, hopefully there wasn't too much noise. I need to take care of one little thing on the viewer side, and I will start the battle. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 39 allies. We are going up against 42 enemies. And we are off with Nyx taking the lead. Teliadub is in second, is in third. Askew is creates, takes over second place. Jesse Q takes over third. Baggy takes over third, takes over second. Jesse is back in third. Nyx maintains the lead. Epics are being killed by Baggy, Monotony 8-Bit, and probably other people. Baggy is now in first. Nyx is in second. Senken Redwing is in second. Nyx is now in third. Hey, we've got a flying rogue leading enemies away from us. That's neat. Useful too. Baggy maintains the lead. Senken. Oh, I killed an epic. Senken is in second. Zucker was in third, but Nyx takes that back. Nope. The flying rogue did not make it. And let's see. Baggy is in first. Senken is in second. Nyx is in third as we deal with the last batch of enemies. And now we head for the last generator, who might not survive long enough for us to reach it. It looks about to exhaust itself. Not quite. Okay, one more pair of enemies if we don't kill it first. But there we go. It's done. It's dead. We have won. And I got my kills. Baggy is in first place. Holy cow, 46 kills. Senken Redwing is in second place, 8 kill, 11 assist. And Nyx Flare is in third, 1 kill, 17 assist. We have, fairies. Do we have a Catsby by any chance? No, Catsby is not here. How about the Lady Wrights or Reliable Battle? Nope. So no one claiming the fairy is there, and no one is currently claiming the Centurion. Period. So Quinn, you get the fairy, Nyx Flare gets the Centurions. And we move on to the next map. Oh, I get scrolls. Where we will have Token, Skin, and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest, and we will be reaching this probably by the end of the date. Should be reaching the boss. Alrighty, I need to check in on my quests and this. Alright, 2 units. Yeah, place 2 units and then a victory. So these fall under the it's gonna happen no matter what. So let's go there. Let's go all the way there. And being back on my singles means it is time for my Lancer. And let's put ourselves right here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off the desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you're looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 62 of Breaking Step. Stoat changed the designs on the steps again. He'd added creatures from the 3rd floor on the higher steps, the last one having a particularly graphic depiction of 3 gnolls ripping apart a runner. Ripping a runner apart. Still, I hadn't greeted him by the time they reached the entrance. The cleric by the door looked them over and nodded, while the guards barely glanced in their direction as they stepped inside. Still no greeting. Tibbs hurried to the doorway. We have half the day, Don called. There's no need to hurry. You're on the wrong team, Jekyll replied with a laugh, keeping up with Tibbs. If you think loot should be delayed. I'm more concerned about you making mistakes, the sorcerer said. You can stop being concerned about that, Bess said, and be certain it's going to happen. No matter how slow our leader, Tibbs lost the rest as he crossed the doorway to the 3rd floor and hurried to the center of the hall, avoiding the triggers. Come on, he called to his team as they stepped through the doorway. He could feel the strain from his grin. It was so wide. What's with him today? The sorcerer asked. I get he likes the runs, but this morning it's like there's a gift waiting for him at the end. There's loot, Jekyll replied in a tone that said he didn't understand how Dawn still wasn't getting that. Stow, Tibbs called. You there? You here? Is this wise? Commodore asked as the others stopped talking to stare at Tibbs. Dawn's expression was thoughtful and slightly perplexed. You said that name, the sorcerer said, when we started talking about everything you can do. And I said I'd explain some of it here. Tibbs replied, eyes on the ceiling. Stow? Silence. Ganny? He looked down. Maybe they were still busy getting the fourth floor. They were still busy getting the fourth floor ready for them. He looked up again. Or maybe they were enjoying the new runners going through the first floor. Stow had always liked watching how people who had no idea what to expect failed his traps. Tibbs? Don asked, his tone uncertain. How? No, not how. Who? Who are you calling out to? I'll explain when one of them answers. The sorcerers looked at the others. Any of you know what's going on? Yes, Miss answered cautiously, but I don't think we can explain it. It's not exactly believable, Comdar finished. Tibbs? Stow asked, sounding like he was moving closer. Did you say something? Stow, you're back. Yes, with Don on your team, I figured it was best I'd be elsewhere and avoid the temptation to comment and have you reply. Tibbs ignored the look Don gave him. He found out I have multiple elements. Then we talked and I told him everything, only some things I couldn't explain without you there to help. Tibbs? Don said cautiously. What's going on? He looked at the others, who, other than Jackal, shared a concerned expression. Jackal looked impatient. Don, Tibbs said, I'd like you to meet Stow. He motioned around them. The dungeon. Is he serious? Don asked me as he named the dungeon. He didn't name it, Mez said. You realize he can't hear me, Tibbs. I thought you could do like you did with Jackal, bring a big brute here to interact with him. I don't have them roaming about this floor. What's a big brute? Don asked. The big golem in the boss room on the second floor, Mez answered, and in the final boss room. Tibbs named those too? Stow did, Tibbs replied. There has to be something you can do to convince him. Bring one of the gnolls or the golem people. The gnolls aren't things I can... Dungeons don't talk, Tibbs, Don stated. Tibbs faced the sorcerer. According to who? Everyone, Don replied, a hint of exasperation slipping in. Not me. Everyone else. Don ran a hand over his face. Is this because of all his elements? Yes, Tibbs replied. I wish you'd told me it's affecting your mind. Don looked at the others. Shouldn't a cleric see to him? One who can heal, he added. How come the one at the door didn't notice anything? She seemed old enough to... Only initiates have door duties, Comdar said. I do not expect working with the mind is something they have learned yet. If it is something anyone outside those with mind as their element can do. Then we should get one to see Tibbs, Don said, because this can't be good. I might have something, Stow said. But are you sure this is something you want him to know? Yes, I'm done keeping secret. Then make sure he wants to know while I check something with Ganny. Ganny! He called, his voice fading. Stow can prove he's a person, Tibbs stated, if you want it proved. Tibbs, this is a dungeon, Don said, the exasperation clear now. He looked at the others. Why haven't you done anything about this delusion of his? Just say you want the proof so we can go on with getting the loot, Jekyll said. Unless you forgot, we have a floor to clear and a new one to look at. Don studied Tibbs. All right, give me your word that once whatever you think the dungeon is going to do doesn't happen, you will come with me to someone who can help you. After the run, Jekyll said. Sure, Tibbs said. Take Don's to the first cache, Stow said. You're going to need it, to need what's in it. Gedney agreed this is worth bending the rules for. Okay. It's going to be at the cache after the first fight, he told Don, sensing for the changes in to the triggers Danny had made. Of course it will, Don said, sounding amused. Cover your eyes, Tibbs yelled, waited a second, then released the compressed light essence. He followed it with rushing the gnoll before him. He sliced the first one, flung a ball of corruption at the next, leaped over another and stabbed it in the back as he landed, then grinned at the one in front of him, stepping back in surprise and iced it. His grin broadened as he made the metal hammer, then swung it as hard as his earth-filled arm let him, and it exploded into shards. He turned to look at the rest of his team as the hammer dissolved back into essence. We're going to have to rethink every fight, And he said, if Tibbs is not going to hide everything he can do, or we can remind him that if he makes it too easy on himself, I'm going to have to make it harder on everyone. Sto replied, why didn't you use lightning? I haven't practiced it yet. Dawn won't let me. You're letting Dawn control your training? Sto asked, surprised. He read about it and he thinks this method will work better. I owe it to him to at least try. You read about how to train someone with more than one element? Sto asked in disbelief. I thought you were the only one. I told him what I go through to what I told him what I went through to learn to control a new element. Then he went to do some reading and came back with this oneness thing. I don't know if it's working, but I said I'd stick with it. Tibbs, Don said, challenging his tone as he absorbed the corruption left over from the fight and pushed it into one of the many amulets in his robe's pocket. The fight's over. I better get on with proving to him you're a person. Tibbs located the cache, checked it for traps, then grinned as he disarmed it. Did you think I'd rush because of this? This was set up before Sto made the changes. Genny replied, sounding insulted. He checked inside for more traps, then took out the content, looking the lasso over. Is that supposed to prove the dungeon can think? Don asked, smirking. Even you know a dungeon thinks, Mez said. You know what I mean, Don replied dismissively. Sto, I'm with Dawn. It isn't a lasso, the dungeon said. It's his lasso. Tibbs frowned, turning it over in his hand. How did Sto expect him to know whose lasso it was? It wasn't like he'd ever known anyone who... Oh! But how do you have it? Tibbs swallowed as Sto told them. Tibbs offered it to Don. In your first run after the siege, when you made it to the Ratling camp, you sent everyone on your team to search for the tents for chests. When you were alone, you held Radcliffe's lasso to your chest and you cried. When you were done, you put it in a tent and walked away to meet with your team. How? Don asked, drying his eyes. How do you know? His tone hardened. Sto's the dungeon. He can watch anything that happens, and he enjoys watching how we'll deal with the traps and creatures. Usually he moves on after a fight, since watching us talk can be boring, but you'd never sent your team away like that. Even in that room, you usually went ahead, so you'd be the one to find the chest and then tell your rogue to check for traps. He was curious as to what you were doing. Cliff was such a pain in my ass, Don said with a laugh. I don't think he ever took me seriously when I ordered him about. He'd do what I say, he'd do what I said, but I could see him rolling his eyes. He called me out on the stupid stuff I got hung up on. You have no idea how often I wanted to strangle him. I even threatened to melt him once, and you know what he did? He laughed, shook his head, and promised he'd be a good little rogue. Never changed how he acted, and... He swallowed. He might have been the bravest person I've ever known. After all the screaming I'd do at him because he hadn't done exactly what I told him, but something that worked better, once we were at the inn, he'd buy me a tankard. No matter how hard I pushed, unlike the others, he stayed by me. Fuck. I know of 2 times when he talked the others into staying on the team. Then he went and died because I told him to come with us. Don clutched the lasso. I hadn't realized how much of a friend he'd become until you were screaming at him not to die. I tried to save him, he whispered, a lump in his throat. I used as much purity as I could, but I didn't know what to do with it then, and his essence just faded away. I couldn't let anyone see me cry, and all while we were taking down that house, I had something else to focus on. Then I was focusing on helping the people of Craggle Rock be the voice of the guild, he spat. If I hadn't been so full of myself, I'd have told Taranya to go fuck herself, but it kept me busy, kept me from having to think about what I'd lost. In the lull after that fight was the first time I wanted to be alone, and they didn't know how I normally did things, so they didn't question them when I sent them away to look for chests. I finally said goodbye. He dried his eyes and took a shuddering breath. You didn't have to go through that alone, you know, Tibbs said. Don's laugh broke. You have no idea how terrified I was that I'd look weak in front of anyone, in front of everyone. Mourning isn't being weak, Jekyll said. It's normal. Caring made me weak as far as I was concerned. Leaders don't care, Don spat. They send friend and family to their death and never shed a tear. Someone's been listening to the bards too much, Jekyll said. I didn't have to. I watched nobles and created this image of how leaders had to be. Then I promised myself that's who I'd be. That I'd never be weak again. The silence stretched. If any of you are waiting for me to make a joke about this, Jekyll said, we're going to end up missing the run entirely. Don rolled his eyes. So, the dungeon is named Stowe. It's a pleasure to meet you, Stowe said. He's happy to meet you, Tibbs said. Don snorted. He has seen me act, right? How happy can he be to meet me? I was also happy to meet Jekyll, Stowe replied dismissively, even if he always wins the fights. So, take that for what it's worth. Tibbs chuckled. He's always happy to meet people. Who's Ganny? Then he asked. She's his helper and advisor. She tries to help keep him from breaking the rules. He frowned. The dungeon has a woman helping him? She's not a person like you and me, or her voice sounds like a girl, Stowe sounds like a guy, so that's how I think of them. But they don't care when someone refers to him as it. And the dungeon needs to follow rules, Don asked. Wait, who came up with them? How are they enforced? No, Jekyll said. We're in the middle of a run. It was bad enough when it was just Tibbs going off, asking questions instead of moving us forward to the next cache. But now, you two are just going to go on and on with the questions. We have a floor to clear. So deal with everything you want to know once we've looked at the fourth floor. Someone sure of himself, Genny said with a chuckle. He has a bet with Krigley that we'll reach the fourth floor first, Tibbs said. So, Don said as he walked next to Tibbs, you can talk to the dungeon and they answer you. Can you get them to tell you how to beat the boss room? Tibbs shook his head. That's one of those rules Ganny keeps Stowe from breaking. I never tell you how to beat a room. Where's the fun in that? Stowe protested. Sure, Ganny said. And how many times did Tibbs almost get you to reveal something? Almost doesn't count, he replied petulantly. It does if I was the reason it didn't. If I was the reason you didn't. No, it didn't happen, she said triumphantly. Tibbs smiled. He'd missed the banter. And that concludes chapter 62 of Breaking Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story as well as the other books in the series, they are up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of Royal Road and support me at the same time, that is on my Patreon, where we are about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. And I actually have time to do the rest that needs to be done. Cancel that. All right, that is done. Now I need to go back here. And of course, now you crash. Really? Did you crash before or after? Ooh. All right. Oh, Mike, you crashed. So I need to reset that. No, wrong one. All right, that is done. This up. And, right, I should remember that I've got another one to do after this. So let's bring up the file. Okay. I need to check this now. Correct issues. Okay. All right. That is properly set up. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We are going up against 81 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead. Nyx is in second. Okay, BMAC is now in third. Sigma is solidly in first place. Nyx is in second. BMAC is in third. Do I have anything to do? Place units. Okay. You know what? I could put my flying rogue. I just realized I have that quest to done. I could do that. Sigma is, yeah, on first place. Nyx is in second. BMAC is in third. And, oh, I killed one of the epics. Very nice. Sigma OS is in first place with 63 assists. Nyx Flare is in second place, 2 kills, 38 assists, and BMAC is in third with 37 assists. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Lights? Do we have a bard with many names? How about an Onatikun? All right, well then Bluer's back, so Bluer will get the gold. Then we have a buster that no one is currently claiming. So once my screen comes back, there we go. Dax Karma, you've been busted. I think my monitor may be on the way out. Alrighty, and we move on to a hard battle before the token chest. Alright, so flying rogues. Let's put flying rogues. Alright, that completes that. Means we need to win a battle. So hopefully this one. And then with the next one, I'll clear almost everything. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, and I will start on the next chapter. So I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'm confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it is on Twitch every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 31 of The World Which Is. All right, so to start with, for those who have been following this from the start, it's been pointed out that I made a mistake. I forgot to keep track of Dennis's quest class. So going forward, the story is behaving as if I've made those adjustments, but I'm not going back to rewrite and re-record this. So as of the start of this chapter, Dennis is level 5. And he's got 4 ability points to assign, 3 attribute points, 9 skill points. So yeah, that is how the story will be progressing. The City Note building is impressive. White stone with a dome on top. Columns on each side of the entrance, which are doors tall enough to accommodate the giant exiting. I catch myself staring as he steps around people, then force myself to stop. He isn't like in the stories my dad told me when I was a kid, where giants could touch the clouds and were vicious monsters. He's maybe 4 meters tall, dressed in well-made craft people's clothing. As I head for the entrance, an orc gets into an argument with a woman, and I've taken 3 steps in their direction when she flips him the finger and he barks laughter. Then they head away together. I need to remember that not everyone who looks inhuman is automatically dangerous or up to causing problems. This isn't court. I'm bound to come across more of them. Even if in the grand scheme of things they are in the minority. Base said that according to the information he gathered on the way to reaching court, humans, or human-looking races, make out 70%, nearly 70% of the population. He's the first to say numbers, the number is 30 years out of date, but that for it to change significantly, it would take a system like a change again. Inside, it is loud, with conversations and busy people coming and going. The room is vast, and the whistle that escapes me has some people chuckling. There is nothing like this in court. The largest structure is base, and that's only true if you consider his area of influence as being the building. Otherwise, his wall doesn't qualify, and then it's just regular sized buildings spread around within the walls. No, within the wall. Yeah, it's a circle. Even the command center isn't that all that big, and I don't think he's ever made the inside anything close to this large. He made it large enough a few years ago to have a town meeting, but it wasn't like this. How am I supposed how am I blah, how am I supposed to find where to go? You look like you could use some help, a woman said, and I turned in her direction, only to step back with a start. A ragged ear at the top of her furred head tilts, and she cants her head. New to the city, I take it. I nod dumbfoundedly. Wait, what? All right, you don't like, yeah. She's dressed in a leather uniform close to those of the guards in court. It's dyed a deep blue for the chest and lighter for the arms, giving the impression she's wearing the chest over a shirt. On her shoulder is a crest, crossed sword over the rendition of the tower, Toronto's crest. The name Leona is engraved on the left side of her breast, on the left side breast of her armor. Instead of a sword, she has a baton at her belt and her hand resting on its pommel. I'm sorry, I mumbled, then straightened and forced myself to look at her face, the wide muzzle that I have no problem imagining hides vicious-looking teeth, the fur's light brown with the streaks of black going around her head, her ears. We don't have anyone looking like you in court, and I was attacked by a warg. It wasn't a fun experience. She nods like that wasn't the most idiotic thing I could have said. Comparing her to a warg, she doesn't even look like one, being on two legs and in a uniform. I can imagine it would be a harrowing experience. What are you looking to do here? Get skills? Points or money? Both, maybe. I don't know yet. It's going to depend on if I can get everything I need with my points. I shut up at the quirking of her lips. I'd rather not see her teeth. Then you want the third floor, room 304 to 308. The node accesses there are set to deal with both. It shouldn't be busy since most people buy their skills with cash. Do they have access to class abilities? They do, but you can't buy those with money, and you can only do that from your personal connection to the system. Yes, but I want to look at them side by side, do comparison, and make sure the build I planned is going to work. I can't do that with the system's answers. The smile stretches before I finish, but doesn't expose teeth. The nodes are general access, so you'll be able to do that. Thank you. I head to the large stairs and up to the third floor. The numbers are on brass plaques. On brass plaques on each side of the entries. 304 and 305 have all their nodes occupied, but 6 has half of them free. Unlike base, where I interface through a screen in the command center or in my room, or by having base just show me what I am asking for, here the access node is a sphere floating over a table with a chair before it. I sit and touch it, and a welcome screen appears. I open the journal on the table, taking one of the pages I added before leaving court and the stylus. Show me the list of skill relating to the wilderness. I don't have to speak. The man 2 notes from me glances in my direction in annoyance before going back to typing and looking at the screen only he can see. Another difference from base. The node uses my personal interface to display the information instead of having a screen anyone can read. I know how to write, but I've always talked with base, so that's what's comfortable for me. The node doesn't say anything. Neither Base nor Grandpa Lewis know if their relationship is unique. In their travels, they in their travels, they haven't come across any other military node, so they can't find out if they're all like that, like them. What they did say is they've never come across a settlement node that seems to be able to think. On the whole, they seem to be extensions of the system, filtered down to accomplish specific tasks, like manage a city or let people pick skills, classes when it's time, get information. Base can do all that, but it doesn't need anyone setting the nodes up for what it will deal with. He doesn't even need Grandpa Lewis, although as a commander, Base needs to obey him when he gives an order. Or when he sets someone else to be able to give base orders. System query, skills, outdoors, camouflage, botany, cartography, climbing, fishing, hiking, meteorology, navigation, prospecting, swimming, tracking, trapping, zoology. Huh. Okay. I'm realizing I'm missing one because cryptozoology would be an outdoor skills. All right, let's add a row. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to put it here. I will move it back where it belongs, but right now that would be too much trouble, I think. Don't really want to spend the whole day. Well, you guys probably don't want to watch me just move words around. Probably don't even want to watch me do that, but this is bugging me. There we go. Yeah, that's all. Okay, this is for my co-scriptor. I write down the meteorology and tracking next to the butchering skill. Cryptology, leatherworking, and fletching I already planned for. I had zoology. I doubt monsters are all I'll be killing while I travel. At least I don't plan on hunting them for food if I have other options. If cryptology, cryptozoology can get me more from their corpse, then zoology should do the same with normal animals. I consider trapping, then dismiss it. That requires staying in place longer than I plan to. Camouflage is... I don't know how important that is to hunting. It feels more like something I'd want to use if I'm trying to evade someone. Hiking is tougher. At it all day lets me travel for longer without getting tired. Does it work with hiking? Does it work with hiking or not? It should, I think, but neither explicitly say so. System, does the hiking... You know what? Let's capitalize this. System, does the hiking skill add to the add it all day ability? No response. Add that to how Ether Striding opens up teleportation, and Ether Striding lets me access an entirely other plane of travel, and hiking doesn't seem all that impressive anymore. Sure, in that other plane I still have to walk for a cube of trains, but I'd only want it I'd only run it for a really long distance. So maybe hiking would be of use, but I add sewing. If it's a good idea to be able to repair my leather armor myself, it's a better one to be able to repair my clothing. That's 8 skill. I'll probably learn hiking just with all the walking I'll do. That leaves 1 point. 2 if I decide to buy one with money. It's tempting to keep 2 points in reserve, but money is also good. This is harder than I expected. I'll buy them with point. Ultimately, money is more versatile, so something I should keep as much of around as possible. So that's 8 new skills, all level 1. I'm looking at a lot of practicing for them to be of any use. No point wasting time worrying. about that. Now it's on to going over my abilities properly. And that concludes chapter 31, possibly 31 part 1. I haven't decided if I will make the ability section its own chapter or just merge it into that afterwards. But it will be written separately because I ran out of time that day. Yeah, if you're enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. PDF. I might just make it chapter 32, and when I do the second draft, I'll just rearrange everything. I think it's going to make it easier on the whole. That. Oh, right. That's not what I want. Ah, that is posting. Now I can. Heels. Interesting. You do not do centered. Hmm. Very interesting. Okay. I believe I'm actually caught up. Forgot to do one little thing. Let's not pull any more on that. Or we'll send the power supply crashing to the floor. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 28 allies. We are going up against 56 enemies. Quinn is in the lead. Becca takes that over. Q-Wiz Create takes over first. Becca's back in first. Q-Wiz is in second. Zucker's in third. Mono Bear and Mope killed Epics. Oh, I'm dead, but I did get 2 kills, so not horrible. Let's see. Becca's in first, Zucker's in second, Q-Wiz Creates is in third, and looks like we're about to do this. And we are done. We have won. Becca Stinks is in first place, 10 kill, 41 assist. Zucker Fuhr Dowhorn is in second place, 5 kill, 39 assist. And Q-Wiz Create is almost on them with 5 kill, 38 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Knights? Do we have a bard with many names? How about a Onatikun? Bluer gets yet more gold. Then we have Berserker, Barbarians, and no one currently claiming either of those. So Jessica gets the Berserker and Quinn the Barbarians. And we move on to a token chest. And I need to check in quests. Alright, that is dealt with until this afternoon. And Flying Rogue makes this that. So let's go here. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter. I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 7 of Once Broken. Alex's opinion of DataSafe, the company who had the security contract for the building he was targeting, went up as he encountered so much security trying to get into their system that he'd need one of Tristan's computer to manage it. Only for that opinion to drop right back down when he found the incoming data line from the building security feed on the open net. All that work to keep him from getting in, and they gave him access to the feed itself. Hadn't they heard of the closed net? Of camouflaging the transmission as something else? They tried to hide where it originated from by running it through multiple nodes, but that only meant it took Alex an extra minute to trace it, and each node was a point where he could manipulate the data. He picked 3 and inserted programs that would remove their presence from the feed. Then he went over everything, looking for indication another security company was hiding behind this one, hoping to go unnoticed. There wasn't one. Sloppy. There wasn't one. Sloppy. He backed out of the network, removing any trace he'd been there, and leaned back in his chair. He saw the nutrient bar next to the terminal. Where had that come from? Jacoby was at a table, looking over a 4 datapad there. He searched his pocket. His datapad wasn't there. Is that your work? He asked the man, grabbing his datapad off the table. Jacoby shook his head. Not yours either. Not you either, then. The datapad contained a list of construction equipment, some highlighted with words he didn't understand next to them. The script looked like what he'd seen on the house and on other buildings in the area. Another datapad on the table had a list of chemicals with Tristan's writing next to them. A mix of SpaceGov standard and that Somalian script. Was Tristan losing his language skill? He hoped not. He was already difficult enough to handle. I've been in the network since you left. So this is Tech's work. His name is Tristan. And do you know anyone else who's aware of what we're doing? Alex let derision slip in his voice. If Jacoby was going to ask a stupid question, he was going to have to deal with being treated like an idiot. Jacoby threw him an annoyed look, which Alex ignored. I think he's trying to help, the man said, but he isn't thinking clearly. He pulled a map from another datapad. Alex recognized the schematic of the target building. I'm not sure if that's even a language, but those are structural columns, indicated those that had an X beside them. I think those marks are where he thinks the explosives should go, which shows he's out of it. We'd need 3 times that what you ordered to try to destroy them all at to destroy them at a distance. But at least he's found the structural points. It saves me having to figure those out. So it could be zoomed out from the building and angled it. Oh, that's 14th floor. All of them corporate offices of one sort or another. Alex nodded. We destroy the column and it brings the entire building down. Even if that doesn't destroy the equipment there, it's going to be buried under so much debris it will meet the requirement for having completed the job. Alex, what about the people in there? Alex looked up from the map, trying to understand what Jacoby meant. Don't you care this is going to kill anyone working? No. He went back to studying the layout. You said you have experience with explosives. Do you need to destroy all those columns to bring the building down, or is Tristan being thorough? Jacoby didn't answer. Alex looked up. The men were staring at him. If collateral damage is a problem for you, I suggest you leave. Maybe you've been out of the life too long. I'm not leaving. But this has nothing to do with being a merc. This is about being a mass murderer. These people haven't done anything wrong. Neither have the Somalians the corporation is forcing into slavery or displacing against their will. Is this what that's about? Saving them? No, it's about doing the job. I'm just pointing out that those people aren't innocent. They enable the system that allows it to happen. Not that I care if they are innocent or not. There's no way to get them out without warning Leisure Tech of what we're planning. So how about you focus on it and answer my question? Jacoby looked at the map. It borders on overkill, but the advantage is that if one of the columns isn't destroyed by its explosive, the added stress on them ensures they still crumble. Alex indicated the pack on the floor. So those will be enough? I didn't recognize all the brands, but I'm guessing Tristan. Tristan, Jacoby continued with exasperation in his voice, got you in the habit of only using the best. Yes, but Jeff Del Biro doesn't carry those. We have the best of what he did have. In that case, we want to focus on those 12 columns. Make sure they come down. If we have anything left, we weaken the 4 others to ensure they can't support anything. Can 4 columns support that building? No, but if one remains standing, it would protect the equipment around it. Alex nodded, picking up the fourth data pad. Where did this come from? Did you have an extra one? No, and you mean these 2? Jacoby indicated the one with the map as he took his out of a pocket. I figured you and Tristan had more than one. Alex shook his head. Had Tristan gone out? He opened the door to Tristan's room. It was a mess. The bed had been shoved against a wall. The content of the pack spread on the floor, with Tristan on his knees going through them as he put them back in. As he watched, Tristan became agitated, looking through what was on the floor. He grabbed the pack, upended it, scattered what fell, and relaxed as he saw something there. Tristan noticed him and hurried to put a small case in the pack. Alec only had time to notice Somalian script on it. I'll be ready. Don't worry. I'll keep up. He growled at the empty chair. Of course I'm fine. I just said so. He rolled his eyes. Yes, I have it. What do you take me for? He caught Alex looking at the chair, and his ears folded back in what Alex thought was shame. He knew there was no one there, Alex realized. He knew it was an hallucination. That was an improvement, wasn't it? Alex crouched before him, and Tristan clutched the pack tighter to his chest. Alec looked at the scar on his collarbone, the reminder of just how wrong things were. When did you last sleep? Tristan's eyes grew wider. On the ship? He hesitated a little. He'd been afraid of that. The bed was a mess, but the sheets were still on it. Tristan never slept on beds. They didn't have bedroll, so he would have done what Alex had, folded the sheets until they approximated a bedroll and laid that on the floor. They'd been on Somalia for 2 full days now. His time with the medical bed had been spent sedated while his system was cleansed and in cryo. Neither of those were restful. A little sleep on the ship. How many months before that in a drug-induced... Hey, craze. How restful had that been? Tristan could function with little sleep, but after that, he couldn't be this alert. Alex motioned for him to hand over the pack, without help. Tristan clutched it tighter. Don't force me to wrench it from your hands. Alex eyed resignation as he handed it over. The case in it had the universal symbol for stimulant along with Somalian writing. He opened it. It contained injector cartridges. 2 of them were missing. Are you insane? He asked, his tone cold with anger, even as he realized the stupidity of the question. After everything I went through to get you out of there, to make sure your system was clean, you go and put more drugs in them? Tristan looked at him, terrified. Answer me! He jerked back away. I dream when I sleep. Alex waved with the case. And you think these are a good idea? Where's the injector? Tristan's gaze flicked to the floor and Alex saw it. He pocketed it. Alex, I need them. They're just dreams, he snapped, sending Tristan against the wall. You don't understand. You don't understand. They come. They aren't real. I know. Tristan pulled his knees to himself and wrapped his arm around them. He looked at the empty chair. I know, Alex. It doesn't help. I can't stop them by myself. Alex closed his eyes and forced himself to remember Tristan was broken, that they were here to fix him. Yelling wouldn't help, but it felt like nothing helped. When did you get them? He asked calmly. Last night, after the house. They'd returned to the shuttle, flown here, and Jacoby had gotten them accommodations. Alex had gone in the net to gather information as Jacoby had gone to bed. It would have been then, while he was unaware of what went on around him. Did you kill anyone? Tristan shook his head, as if the admission shamed him. We're almost done here. Soon you'll be yourself again, but until then, you need to rest, Tristan. Maybe once you're rested, you'll stop hallucinating. Of course, he knows you're not real, Tristan told the chair. I do too. He glanced at Alex, then closed his eyes. When he spoke, it was pained. I just forgot, okay? If you'd shut up, I'd be able to think and I'd remember you aren't real. With sleep, you'll be able to think properly. But the dreams! Alex glared at him, making him look away. He wanted to go to him, hug him, offer him comfort, give him anything he needed so his pain would go away. He buried that desire under cold anger. To do that to him would be to admit this Tristan didn't exist anymore. And he wasn't ready to do that. He'd never be. His Tristan didn't want comfort. He was hard, strong. He wouldn't become that again by being cuddled. Tristan nodded. All right, I'll sleep. Alex stood and headed out the room, closing the door. He wanted to trust him. Tell me you have sedatives in your pack. Powerful stuff. He spoke softly. Jacoby looked at the door. Whatever the medic left of what she brought for him is in your pack. What's wrong with him? I mean, other than talking to himself? He's taking stims. He looked at his pack off the table. He took his pack off the table and searched through it. Again? It took a moment for Alex to remember all the stim vials that had littered the ship when he'd woken up on Therion 2. He found 3 cases that he hadn't put in his pack. Why not those ended up there? Had Mary put them in when he'd left her alone to get her payment? He's only had 2 doses since last night, so I'm hoping one of this will be enough to get him more stable. This is going to give us time to finalize the plan because we're not moving until he's properly rested. If you're dosing him, why not do the job while he's out? because I don't know how long this is going to keep him under. He's built like a tolerance to a bunch of drugs over his life, so nothing affects him as hard as they should. He pulled the door open, expecting to find Tristan on the other side listening to them, not lying on the folded sheets on the floor by the bed. He looked up as Alex closed the door. He watched warily as Alex approached and crouched. What's that? Tristan asked, indicating the injector in Alex's hand. A sedative, to help you fall asleep. It isn't ideal, but it'll ensure you get some rest. I don't need it, Alex. I'm going to sleep. See, I'm all set up, indicated the sheets under him. Alex nodded. You said you're afraid of sleeping. This is going to ensure it happens quickly. I thought you didn't want me to use drugs anymore. This isn't the same and you know it. Tristan snorted. You don't trust me. Alex smiled. You know that isn't true. Then just let me do this myself. We don't have the time. There's a job to do and I need you rested for it. Give me your arm. You don't have to. Tristan, give me your arm, he ordered. He softened the stone as he placed the injector against the inside of Tristan's elbow. This isn't about trust. It's about ensuring the job gets done properly. Once the vial was empty, he pocketed it. Tristan snorted, rubbing the spot. If you trusted me, you wouldn't have done this. His speech was already slurry. Alex watched him and fought the desire to lie next to him, to bury his face in his fur and sleep with him. He stood. To do that would be to lie to himself. It wasn't what he'd have when his Tristan was back, so he shouldn't make it any harder on himself. When Tristan's breathing slowed, he stood and laughed. He looked at the datapad on the table, trying to go over everything that still needed to be done before the job. You should go to bed too, Jacoby said. This can wait until you've slept. Alex started to protest, but Jacoby was right. Dealing with Tristan had taken more than he'd expected. A few hours of sleep, and he'd get back to work. And that concludes Chapter 7 of Broken Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read the book as well as the others in the series, they are available from all major e-retailers. If you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can also get access to just about everything else I've written. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 74 enemies. And we are off. Where the hell am I going? Anyway, Zucker is in first place. Jam Jam is in second. Baggy takes over second. Jam Jam's back in second. Baggy takes over third. Not looking good for us. We are being mobbed. And, for... they're so massed together, I can't tell what's going on. Down to 2. Yeah, we're done. Like, it ended up being closer than I expected, but yeah. Alrighty, let's try this again. Continue. Token chest, start the battle. Oh, I've got to clear a quest. Alright, so I'm on my singles officially again. So let's put the Lancer down about here. And let's go from there. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out, and I'll be right back. And I will start this morning's last chapter. So, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I will see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. And if you are looking to support me, that is, on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 8 of Once Broken. How sure are you about this? Jacoby asked, looking through the binoculars. Tristan had trouble standing still. He wanted to run at the building, kick the door open, and get things going, but he was supposed to be calm and rested. His father smirked, but at least he stayed silent. Tristan was thankful that Alex was preoccupied. If not for that, he'd noticed how Tristan couldn't keep himself from looking around, or how hurriedly he'd set up the sheets onto the bedroll last night. He'd been too busy rummaging through the room for the second case of stimulant he'd gotten to do a proper job. He'd found it under the bed just as he'd heard Alex steps getting closer to the door. He hadn't been able to talk Alex out of using the sedative. He should have been angry that Alex wouldn't trust him, but he'd been too busy figuring out how he'd get through this. Then Alex had ejected him, and instead of leaving, he'd watched, forcing Tristan to fake being sedated while fighting the effect. As soon as Alex was out of the room, he'd scrambled for the case, grabbed it, and gave himself a dose of stimulant, then a second one to be safe. The hours after that hadn't been pleasant, as the drugs fought each other and left him in a waking state where the dreams still came, where he was assaulted, torn apart, mocked by his dead brother. Much of it was what he'd suffered on the Saratoga. Fortunately, it only happened while he slept now, and he could fight that. When that passed, he'd paced the room. He'd paced by the door to listen to the movement on the other side, ready to get back on his roll when Alex came to check in on him. When someone did check, it was Jacoby, and Tristan didn't even bother adjusting his breathing while lying down. The man wasn't observant enough for it to be worthwhile. Alex was done talking, and they were heading toward the building. He'd probably explain how he'd told the computer not to see them, how it was going to let them into the building without problems, and how it would keep the guards from coming close to them. Jacoby seemed to Tristan like the kind of man who needed a lot of reassuring. Alex glanced in his direction, and Tristan made sure he acted calm, composed, and in control. Well, he was in control. That wasn't an act. Just wished they would hurry up. Why couldn't they just run to the building instead of skulking about? His father opened his mouth and Tristan glared at him. He'd promised to stay quiet. Tristan couldn't afford any distraction. If he was going to make Alex think he'd slept. If he couldn't do that, then Alex would send him back and he wouldn't be able to take part in the job. He wanted to do this job. He wanted to have some fun. They reached the last road to cross, and finally they ran to the rest of the way. But he had to control himself. He had to stay with Alex, not run ahead and kick the door in. This was Alex's job, so he had to go along. It should have been his job. It would go much quicker if he was in charge. They'd run in, blow everything, and run out. But Alex wouldn't let him. They'd almost argued, but he'd gotten worried that Alex would realize how energetic he was and think he'd taken more stims. The door opened, and the inside was much brighter than he expected. His eyes adjusted immediately, but Alex and Jacoby needed longer. He almost told Alex he could handle this while they waited. He could feel himself bouncing on his feet after the short run, but that would definitely clue him in. So he forced himself to stay still and watch the equipment. He could see vehicles vanish in the distance. There were also crates, tools, machine tools. There were a lot of things he could use to blow all of that up. They encountered the first guard within minutes of entering, and Tristan was on him before Alex had to tell him. He made it quick. A hand on the mouth to keep him silent, and a wrenching of the neck to break it. He grinned at Alex as the body dropped. See, he could do this. Alex hadn't been as proud as Tristan had expected. It had been quick, silent, how it should be. So why wasn't Alex proud of him? Why did he look disappointed? Damn it, couldn't he make up his mind? He wanted that guard dead, hadn't he? They moved on, and Tristan almost followed them before remembering not to leave any evidence. So he pushed the body under one of the vehicle, and he caught up to them. He wanted to ask what he'd done wrong. Damn it. He was trying to make Alex happy, to fix things. Couldn't he see that? They stopped by the first column where he'd indicated on the map, but Jacoby was putting the explosive on the column itself. It goes there. He indicated the permacrete pourer next to the column. Jacoby glanced at it and smiled reassuringly. We want to bring the whole thing down, not just destroy some of the machinery. Some of the machines here. He patted the column. This is what needs to go. He thought about ripping the explosive out of the man's hands, maybe the hands too, for good measure. Hadn't he read the instruction he'd left for them? Didn't he know anything about how to use power supply to intensify an explosion? He looked at Alex. This was his job, after all, and they should get his permission. He'd know this was the better way. Alex shook his head. We're doing it this way. If he wasn't worried about Alex picking up on his state, he'd have thrown his hand in the air in exasperation. Instead, he kept his mouth shut to avoid arguing. There was a pair of guards heading to the next location, and Tristan dispatched them quickly, although he got carried away and ripped one of the throats out instead of doing a clean kill. Alex shook his head again as Tristan put both bodies out of the way and wiped the blood he'd gotten on himself off. At the next column, he pointed to the large excavator next to it. No, Alex said as he handed the explosive to Jacoby. Alex couldn't be this dense. He'd seen him turn power packs. Into bombs. This was the same, just bigger. With the next guard they encountered, he smashed the man's head into the floor. He shouldn't have done that, he knew it, but breaking necks was getting boring. He wanted to have fun. At the next column, he took the explosives out of the pack and started securing them to the equipment transporter. Damn it, Tristan! Alex cursed as he took the explosive away. We're destroying the building, not the equipment. You're here to kill the guards, not get in our way. He tried not to react, but found himself growling. He was going to give it away if he wasn't careful. Don't you growl at me, Tristan, Alex growled back. We're doing this to make you better. He was fine. He let out a huff and threw his hand in the air. His father was laughing. Tristan made sure Alex and Jacoby were busy setting up their bombs, and he glared at him. The next pair of guards showed up. One fought back, and it took a few extra seconds to kill him. When he looked for the other one, he was already dead, a knife in the back. It was supposed to be his job to kill them, not Alex's. Tristan stared. Alex didn't even acknowledge him. He took the knife out, wiped it, and they kept going. Well, if that was going to be how it went, why was he even bothering sticking by them? He headed through the equipment, grabbing the first portable toolkit he found, clipping it to his belt, then calibrators, sensors, and a bunch of wires. He was going to show Alex he didn't need explosives to get the job done. I guess it's fine for me to talk now? His father asked. No. He headed for the other side of the building, both because he didn't want Alex to show up and complain, and because one of the larger transporters was there. Explain to me again why you're letting that human lead you around like you're his pet, he ran. This isn't going to work, his father said, keeping up with him. It's not going to explode, and you're going to start crying again. He shouldered the guard that had stepped out from behind the crate, slammed in on the floor, then snapped his neck. He looked at his father, who'd kept it well away, and lobbed the body at his feet. If you don't shut up, that's going to be you. Sure, his father smirked, because you haven't tried it already a few hundred times. Because you haven't already tried it a few hundred times already? Yeah, he's not that. I'm still here. That was because of the drugs, and you know it. This isn't the same. It's real. He cursed. He'd almost forgetting again. He had to remind himself that his father wasn't there. It wasn't. He had to remind himself that his father wasn't there. That it was an illusion. That this was an hallucination. Now, we'll get rid of you. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Tristan crossed his arm. How about you come closer if you're so sure you'll survive? His father sighed, a sound Tristan remembered well. His father had never been happy with anything he did. Boy, don't you have a job to do? Right. He turned and hurried toward his destination, trying to put his father out of his mind, trying to forget how, every time he'd master what his father taught him, he had to go and change the rules. He could kill an animal with a knife. Not good enough. He had to do it with his claws. Then he had to do it without them, even on the day his father had... Even on the day his father hadn't been able to find anything new he claimed Tristan had to learn, he'd wanted to change the rules. I couldn't let you leave, his father said. We've already gone over that, Tristan sighed. You had nothing left to teach me. I didn't train you so you'd abandon me, boy. Then you should have taken your own lesson at heart, father. Don't depend on anyone. You mean like you don't depend on that human? Tristan rounded on his father, gun in hand, in his face. Do not ever say something like that about Alex. His father smirked. Kind of touchy about him, for someone who doesn't depend on anyone. What did I teach you, boy? Tristan looked at his gun, at what he was contemplating doing. Remembered the Somalian before him wasn't real. Well, attachment only tie you down so the universe can find you more easily. Then what are you doing with him? Sound a footstep approaching. A guard rounded the stack of crate. He shot her in the throat before she realized he was there. I'm not attached to him. He's mine. That's all. He put the Aziru away. His father snorted, and Tristan went back to ignoring him, focusing instead on assembling the parts he'd gathered. His father was going down the list of the ways Tristan had been a disappointment, but he didn't care. He'd endured his father's disappointment for so long, it meant nothing. Alex's disappointment, on the other hand, what would his human think of him running off like this? He slowed, worked out where Alex should be based on the established plan, and turned in that direction, only to stop and curse. He had nothing to apologize for. Alex had clearly felt he didn't need him there, not following his plan, not letting him kill that guard himself. Let him manage on his own. He didn't matter to Tristan. His father snickered. He was halfway through assembling the second item when he reached his target. The crane had every extendable component retracted, which was the only way it could enter through the vehicle access. When it used, it could fly at almost a mile in height while lifting this building. To do that, it needed a powerful core. A powerful power core. Ugh. Powerful core. And if one of those exploded, it would take out half this side of the building. Trick was giving himself the time to be far from it when it exploded. What he'd made would ensure that. Explain this to me. Tristan sighed as he removed the plating over the core. Boy, you keep complaining I don't get what you're doing? Well, this is me trying. Stop bitching and impress me. You aren't real. Tristan placed the section on the floor. Doesn't mean I'm not interested. Tristan glared at his father, who looked back with a tilted ear. Hull power core need to be regulated in how they release the power, because too much power and you burn out the attached component. But it's even more important with more powerful core. But it's even more important with more powerful core. With more power comes the risk of more damage. Instead of burning up a coupling, it explodes. He disconnected the power conduit attached to the crane. And it's also true in reverse. When a core is being recharged, the power going in needs to be monitored and regulated. He began taking out the regulator attached to the core assembly. It isn't so much in how fast the power goes in, but in how much. He placed the regulator on the table. It's what that's for. It regulates how much power goes in to keep the core from overloading and going critical. He connected the one he'd constructed. The one I made works basically the same way, except that instead of making sure the core can't go critical, it's going to keep it just at the edge until it receives a signal to give it that extra burst of energy that will make it overload. We took out the partially completed device. This is the detonator. It's going to send the signal. All those I made are going to be on the same frequency so that with one button, they all blow up. He put the detonator back in the pack. The only thing that's going to be left of this building is a crater large enough to bury the station in it. The station in. He put the cover back in place and sealed it. This is going to show Alex I'm fine. Those drugs are out of my system and I can handle the nightmares. We can leave and go back to the way things were, the way they should be. He looked at his father, who, of course, didn't look impressed. You didn't understand anything I said, did you? His father nodded. I understood perfectly. This isn't about a job, it's about that human and how you care what he thinks of you. No, it isn't. Tristan growled. Whatever you say, boy. That's a different line. He grabbed the regulator, modifying it would be easier than building one from scratch. Finished the detonator and the regulator by the time he reached his second target, a permacrete extruder. Basically an overpowered fabricator with only one recipe in it and a lot of base material. The output of this model could bury this city in permacrete in a couple of days with only a few stops to refill the reservoir. Its core was nowhere near as powerful as the crane, but still superior in explosive potential to what Alex and Jacoby had brought. His father cleared his throat and Tristan turned. Pulling out the Azuru, he fired at the approaching, smiling guard. He was about to speak when Tristan shot him. So typical. Tell a human no one can be in a place, and instead of coming, weapon drawn, he had to talk. He had to first talk. He would probably have pointed out Tristan shouldn't be here. He looked at his father. Why did you draw my attention to him? If he'd seen me temper with the extruder, he might have shot first. I may be pissed at you, boy, but that doesn't mean I want you dead. Tristan had trouble believing that, but the dead guard did support his father's claim. He exchanged the regulator and to put the plating back on and moved to the next one. To that guard later, and he'd modified an equipment carrier. A guard after that, and he was working on a second permacrete extruder. You know, he said as he worked, you could at least be impressed at how easily I killed them. Why? Why should I be impressed when you do things right? When you give me a reason to be impressed, I will be. He wouldn't be. Tristan knew. He shouldn't even try. The next piece of equipment gave him pause. The inventory of the depot had marked it as a high-power cutter. He'd looked up the model and had found it could cut through 10 feet of permacrete at 3 feet per minute. Because of that, he'd expected something large, something that needed to be transported on a carrier, not something he could put on his shoulder and walk away with. Could the power core for something this small be large enough to cause the explosion he needed? He looked at the column it rested next to and shrugged. It was here. He might as well make use of it. The regulator he'd modified was too large to fit properly in the casing, so he couldn't put the plate back on. Hopefully no one would notice. Right, because a half-assed job never gets found out, his father offered. His version of encouragement. Tristan moved it closer to the column and placed it. Placed it closer to the column and moved on to the next one. He was halfway around the perimeter of the building, killing another guard, when he realized he'd lost track of the number of them he'd killed. But there had been enough. He was wondering if there was a fabricator somewhere, just spitting them out. With this one dead, he went back to exchanging the regulator on the hover. It wasn't one of the planned target. He'd already handled those on this side, so now he was modifying every vehicle he came across. After all, overkill was never a bad thing. A distant explosion made him look up. As far as he could tell, it had come from the other side of the building, but not one of Alex's. He wouldn't hear those at this distance, nor would it have created the shockwave that approached. He turned his back to the incoming wall of dust and closed his eyes. One of his explosions? Had someone tampered with his work? He snarled. When he caught them, he was going to rip them to pieces. No one touched his work. It was precise and delicate. Keep telling yourself that, boy. He wanted to tell his father to shut up, but the dust was still flying. When the wave passed, he opened his eyes to glare at him, but he wasn't there. Instead, someone was approaching through the dust. Not guards. He recognized one of them, even as a silhouette. He was intimately familiar with that body. Alex! He called. The joy he felt disproportionate to the little time they'd been apart. He stepped toward the human, only to be stopped by the anger in his eyes. What the fuck are you doing? I'm getting the job done. Why was Alex angry? Really? By setting off those explosives while we're still inside? What are you trying to do? Kill us? Alex, that wasn't me. He took out the detonator, terrified it had activated by accident. It was still turned off. I didn't send the signal. There was a second explosion, less powerful, from a smaller core, from a smaller vehicle, like an extruder. Tristan swallowed. Didn't I say you'd screw up, boy? Didn't I say just that? His father was cackling. Why couldn't you just follow along like I told you to? I don't have to do anything you tell me, Tristan yelled back. I'm fucking fed up with you always telling me what to do. I'm in charge. I made you. You're my weapon. You do what I tell you, not the other way around. Stop acting like you think I can't do anything right. What are you talking about? I don't... Alex! Jacoby ran from behind the carrier. We need to get out of here now. Those two explosions sent out a signal. Our explosives are about to go off. That can't be right, Tristan said. They're just power cores. Tristan stopped and stared. You blew up power cores? Of course. They're here. Why not use them? I've destroyed plenty of ship that way. Then how come you forgot that those things send out an energy wave as they detonate? Don't you know anything about power core energy storage? You don't detonate one of those around electronics because it scrambles them. Tristan started to protest, but it came back to him. Oh, how had he not remembered that? He looked around. Uh-oh. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Jacoby asks. How many cores did you set to explode? Alex asked, sounding tired. 9, maybe 10? He tried to remember the exact number, but he'd had too much fun making the modification, working with his hand. Run! Jacoby was off. Another wall of dust was approaching, but it wasn't what sent him running or the fear of being buried under the building. It was the way Alex looked at him. He outpaced Jacoby, and he was the first one to reach the door, sending it exploding outward as he put his shoulder to it. He didn't care about the pain. He focused on the fact Alex wouldn't have to worry about the exit being blocked. He heard another explosion within the building. It wasn't just the core he'd modified that were exploding. The energy wave would disrupt every regulator in range, and that explosion would affect more regulator until everything within a core, everything with a core had been destroyed. He turned when he reached the other side of the road, and his view was obstructed by the dust. Where was Alex? Hadn't he made it out? He took a step, and two forms came visible through the dust. Alex and Jacoby. Tristan breathed again. He was safe. His racing heart slowed until he saw their expression. Alex wasn't angry. Tristan wished he was. Anger would be preferable to this. Jacoby was angry, but he didn't matter. He fought not to run. I'm sorry, he said, pleading. I was trying to help. I just wanted to show you that I know what I'm doing. I'm better, I swear. Please, can we just go home? Even with the sound of a building crashing behind them, Tristan heard the words clearly, heard the disappointment in them. Why couldn't you just do what I told you? And that concludes chapter 8 of Once Broken. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter is going to be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to listen to this book as well as the others in the series, they are they are available at all major e-retailers. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon, where you can also get access to basically everything I've written. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Bob. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. A Dazzly Cat, how are you doing today? Hello, Onatikun. Your clock has been updated. And done. Oh, that's why. Never renamed it. Battle Station, Area 1. Battle Station. We have 32 allies. We're going up against 96 enemies. Alrighty, Etir starts in the lead. Jesse is in second. Jennymon takes over first. Jesse's now in first. Etir is in third. Jennymon and Jesse fight over first. Jesse has it at the moment. Etir is in second. Zuckerfuhr takes over third. Looks like we're going to have this battle now. At least we are definitely reducing their numbers faster than they are ours. And there we go. We're done. We've won. And I've got my last quest. Jessica is in first place, 27 kill, 5 assists. Jennymon is in second place, 10 kill, 21 assists. And Zuckerfuhr Dauren is in third, 13 kill, 11 assists. We have gold. Do we have the lady? How about a bard without any with many names? Onatikun is there to get the gold. Then we have a fairy. Do we have a Catsby? Nope, no Catsby. And is the Dark Lord of Legos with us? Nope. So, Senken Redwing gets the Lego head. Dax Karma, the fairy. And I get scrolls. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the skin chest. And I will clear that quest. I am actually caught up until this afternoon. So singles makes this a Lego head. And yeah, let's start right there. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Alright, so this is dealt with. All right. It is lunchtime for me. So I will do my best to return within 25 minutes or so in time to run the battle. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, I will see you when I get back from lunch. Battle Station 1. Battle Station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 59 enemies. And Sigma starts in the lead again. Becca Stinks is in second. Bluer is in third. Onatikun is in third. Becca's in second. Jesse Koo kills a bunch of epics. Becca's in first. Sigma's in second. Jesse is in third. Is now in second place. Sigma is in third. Let's see. Becca's in first. Jesse's in second. Sigma is in third. I killed an epic. Becca kills a few epics. And we're down to one that is coming to their doom. And there we go. We are done. We have won. Becca Stinks is in first place, 20 kill, 15 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Sigma reclaims second place with 6 kill, 9 assist, and Jesse Koo is in third, 11 kill, 2 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have... Sorry, I just saw a name I haven't seen in a while. Do we have a bard with many names? How about a Bluer Swede? There we go. Bluer gets the gold. Then we have a fairy. Do we have a Catsby? No Catsby. And no one claim. Oh, actually, no, Reliable Battle. Is Reliable Battle in here? No, they are not. And then the Centurion, which no one is currently claiming. So a tier is in first, gets the fairy, and Samuel gets the Centurions. And we move on to a very hard battle before a skin chest. And I'm on singles. That makes it my... You know what? I want to see if I can grab one of these. I don't have enough snowflakes to be happy. Alrighty, we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 78 enemies. And we are... Oh, I got a few. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not surviving that, but I've got a few. Let's see. Onatikun's in first place. Shadow Seer is in second. Genimon is in third. People are killing epics. Let's see. Senken Redwind jumps into third place. Second place. Onatikun maintains the first. Shadow Seer is now in third. And now people are going to be opening presents. Genimon, Onatikun, Blue or Swede. Onatikun, Onatikun, and Onatikun. Lots of presents have been opened. Onatikun is in first place with 23 kills, 7 assists. Senken Redwing is in second place, 12 kills, 6 assists. And Mr. Shadow Seer is in third with 1 kill, 14 assists. We have vampires. Oh, wait, do we have a reliable battle within the battle? Nope, no reliable battle within the battle. Healers and bombers that are not currently been claimed. I saw Darth, so clock gets updated. And Darth Dorlin, you get the vampire. Turner Fan gets the healers, and Zucker Fuhrer Dioran gets bombed. And we move on to, ooh, I get to collect some scrolls. Well, a stack. And we move on to the skin. Hello, Yellow Fairy. Welcome to the stream. How are you and Darth doing today? All right, I am... Actually, you know what? I want to check something before I get into this. An hour and a half. So 2 p.m. You have a fever, Yellow? I hope you rest. I hope it goes away soon. Alrighty, singles means it's time for my Lancer. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. This afternoon, it is Rabid, chapter 13. This is an Alex chapter. This will probably... Woke up not long ago. Trouble getting to sleep as always. Just same old thing, different day. Well, I hope things improve. Ooh, I did not expect this. I am not feeling... Okay, that's interesting. Just got hit by a I don't want to do this wave. That is, Let's see if it's just nerves or something a bit more. How did I finish the last one? Nope. Wow. Wow. Hmm. That is weird. Let's try something different. If this does not let me write, I may be calling the afternoon off. That is really odd. If I'm going to do this, I need to bring up forgiving myself until my walking is done. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 73 enemies. And we are off. Sigma is again and starting us in the first place. Woozler is in second. Shadowseer is in third. Woozler kills a few of the epics. Shadowseer, Shaka, Mope join those type of kills. Shadowseer is now in first place. Sigma is in second. Woozler is in third. Shadowseer maintains the first. Sigma is in second. Woozler is in third. We are down to very few enemies. Oh wow, you survived. I'm impressed. We've won. Mr. Shadowseer is in first place, 21 kill, 9 assist. Satoru is in second place, 3 kill, 15 assist. And Woozler is in third, 17 kill, 1 assist. We have gold. Do we have the lady? Do we have a bard with many names? How about an Onatikun? Well, a blue or Swede then. No, not even. All right, so the gold's up for grabs. The monk is not claimed by anyone at this time. So, Turner fan, you get gold. Skurdibble is monked. And we move on to the boss battle. Might not be a bad thing to end the day on. Because I don't know. I don't know what it is. Something's off this afternoon. Alrighty, so well, looks like I am going to be doing this boss battle on support. So bring on the units. We're gonna need them. And in half an hour, we will see how this turns out. Hello, James. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Consider yourself hug back. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it is resolved. Yep. I'm glad that it is then. For now, I'll be right back. this battle. I am not into it today. Not sure why. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 35 enemies, but generators, so that'll be interesting. Let's see. Satoru's in first place. Zucker's in second. Back in second place. Woozler's in third. Satoru's in first. Zucker's in second. Woozler's in third. A bunch of people, no, mostly Sigma, killed Epics. Let's see. Sigma's now in third. Okay, one generator left. Looks like we're going to be done with this. Satoru's in first, Zucker's in second, Woozler is in third. And, yeah, looks like we're done. Satoru is in first place. 18 kill, 11 assist. Zucker Fewer Dihordan is in second place. 23 kill, 3 assist. And Woozler is in third. 13 kill, 8 assist. We have gold. Do we have the Lady Wrights? Do we have a bard with many names? How about an Onatikun? Or a Bluer Swede? Alright, gold's up for grabs. We have a Lego head. Do we we do have the Dark Lord of Legos. Darth, you're getting some. And then a fairy. Do we have a Cadsby? We do not. How about a reliable battle? No reliable battle either. So, Mr. Shadowseer gets gold and Woozler gets the fairies. And that brings the map to an end, as well as the battling for today. I don't know. I don't know I'm off. I don't know. I do not know. So I am taking the rest of the afternoon off. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a moderate battle. We'll have gold, skin, scroll, and the boss. So I hope to see you then. And now I am going to look for someone to raid. I will raid ECC Books today. I haven't raided them in a long time because our schedules don't usually align. All right. I apologize for the short stream. Well, shorter stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Breaking Step, and in the afternoon, Shock Therapy. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have yourself a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.